Let me just double check a work thing real quick. Okay. So the part we left off on yesterday, we're doing overview page stuff. That's right. That's right. That's right. And we don't have any content in here. First thing we can do is we're going to create some divs. Yep, and each one of these are going to hop out to their own line. And yeah, okay, so we're going to create a div in here and wrap this in a div. Nope. And yes, that's right. The part we left off on yesterday was actually creating a CVA, right? Class Variance Authority package or library that we can bring in. And we called it Design System. So let's do that part first. We added Class Variance Authority. We're going to create an index.ts for now. We should probably put it in a source folder. As far as packages, we added stup and TypeScript. So we should add some scripts. Build. And that's probably good there. And that means we probably don't end up needing a TS config, so we'll wait on that part. Oh, not what I wanted. Now, let's go look at the CVA docs real quick. So it's actually CVA, not Class Variance Authority, so we bring that in. All right, so basically we would define the baseline styles as part of an array. Yeah, yeah, exactly. They are definitely like part of the inspiration for what we're doing here. We're not going to be using it directly, but yeah. So we probably need to set the font. But that might be good enough for now, right? I just want to get this in a way where, yeah, we're definitely going to end up having more stuff than just headings. And I'll want to be able to use it for more than just headings as well. Like I'll happily use heading styles on things that aren't technically headings. Yeah, and we may end up fiddling with that at some point, but let's double check this. So if we do a pnpm build, right, no file there, what we want to do is src/index, generate the DTS files as well. Cannot find module. Yes, and we need to set module resolution to node next. Um, it's got to go in compiler options. No? Wait. Oh, okay. Just didn't update. All right. So just sup uses that by default. Perfect. So then if we look in dist, yeah, we need to create a get ignore. All right, so we build that, and then we should be able to bring it into the other project now. Interesting. Types should be getting picked up. Hold on. Let's just restart the extension host. That might be it. No. Oh. All right, so we got a d.ts, but all right, hold on. I bet the issue might be the fact that I did type module. Oh, I need to install it. Never mind. That was it. So I might want to add the type module back. I forgot they don't just automatically get the reference. You still got to install so it can so it can link that stuff in. Which means now it's there and we should be good. We'll leave that commented section for now. Okay, so that is an SR only, so we don't care about that, right? We still probably want like the hierarchy for the page. Correct, Todd, if you're out there? Pretty sure this is the right way to do that. All right, so we do a PNPM dev. Oh, and we're not going to see that. But hold on, looks like we got a bug. Wait, what? That should be there. Ooh, I almost forgot to pop out my YouTube chat, though. Just in case people want to hang out and chat. Man, I forgot how good you sleep when you've actually done some exercise. Like, oh man. Like, I'm sore today. Like, I did some squats, I did some like arm and shoulder stuff, and yeah, like man, I slept so damn well. Okay, so here's the thing. Um Heading doesn't seem to be doing what we're looking for, right? It's not getting exported the right way. It's got to be the way I have. It definitely does provide an export named heading. All right, so what are we doing wrong in there? My guess is that it's something to do with this stuff. Oh, it's maybe because I have main set. This should actually be dist. Yeah, no, that's it. Even though, like, we saw that was the path it was referencing and everything. Okay, I might have needed that. No. So I do think I'm missing something here in exports. Let's go see what they're bringing in. All right, if we look at dashboard and we look at design system here. All right, I see dist. Okay, there we go. See, I needed type module. All right. That was the issue. All right, so now here on the overview page, okay, cool. Yes, what are we using as icons? I think I want to turn this into a card. I forget why I'm doing a barrel file like this. That seems like a code smell to me. But okay, so we get this into a card. Nice. Interesting. So, yeah, I think that's a flaw with our card component, but we'll deal with that later. All right, so we'll get that centered. It'll probably look weird on giant screens, but that's probably fine. One thing we want to do for titles is use this same font. Which I don't think we actually have in our Tailwind file yet. Font display is what we're looking for there. And one thing we want to do with our design system we want to do those separate, not just one big string. Interesting. We shouldn't have gotten logged out right there. So we'll have to look at why that was, but not right now. Interesting. So we see font bold. We don't see font display there, though. Get more music on. Wonder if it's a caching issue. Oh, and we keep getting logged out. We shouldn't be getting logged out like that. Yeah, we don't see a single request that's failing that. Hmm. Oh, magic rate limit exceeded. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so our rate limiting for that probably needs some work, right? Because it should be a rate limit that no reasonable user would ever hit, even if they do end up getting like a bit of a login loop. So I'm going to fix that right now. Right? 20 seems like an unreasonable number. Yeah, we could probably even go higher. All right, so we're on this page. This does not look like the font. And it isn't. Uh, what? Okay, so nope, we still got an issue. It's not generating the MTS file. Okay, so something's up with my build command. So it seems to me like the JS file here is the module. But that's it. Yep. That was our flaw. We don't have a single error in there, so why are we getting redirected? Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's something to do with here in app. We are redirecting the user if there is no access token. What's up, AC? Been a little bit. How you doing there, Crow? And yeah, what up, Sarah? Hey, nice, Omar. Thanks. That's the thing, Crow. You've heard me say it probably a dozen, at least a dozen times. You need to be writing down all your ideas ahead of time because the moment you want to come up with an idea, you'll never be able to do it. So any idea you ever have out and about, just randomly while you're working, anything, Goes in a Trello board. Then, when you get to moments like this, you have a thing to pick and choose from. You can't force creativity. You do. You do. I'm willing to bet money you actually do come up with ideas, but you waste time critiquing the idea before you even put it somewhere. You do come up with ideas. You're probably mixing critiquing with brainstorming, and that is your mistake. You have ideas all the time. I guarantee it. You do. But if you're being critical of those ideas in the moment during brainstorming, you're fucking up. I don't believe in such a person that never has ideas. I don't think that's even humanly possible. it Give it more than a week. Like, dude, you can't force creativity. What's up, Brian? How you doing? Yeah, that's fine, Ellis. Yeah, chime in. Right? Ideas don't have to be big. They don't have to be profitable. They don't have to even accomplish a goal for anyone but yourself. That's fine. Is it an idea that you really want to do? Then do it. Box.com and Dropbox are both very successful, and they're both just copying the Google Drive idea. Again, that's the point, Crow. You have ideas, you have things that you've thought, oh, that could be a cool project, and you threw it away because it was a copy of something else. Nah, man, you're messing up. That level of criticality does not need anything to do with your brainstorming process. If you are being critical of your brainstorming thoughts, you're fucking up. You cannot be critical during brainstorming. Every idea is valid. Later, when you're going to pick the thing to build, that's when you become critical. That's when you decide, is it too much of a copy? Is it something I'm not capable of yet? But you never do that in the moment where you go and just write it in the list. That's what I'm saying, Crow. Even an idea that's a copy has a chance to grow as long as you have it somewhere. If you don't put it down somewhere, it's gone forever. No worries. Just letting you know. Right? An idea that you think is a copy in the moment has a chance to actually grow into something as long as you give it a chance to grow. But if you're throwing it away the moment you have the idea, it'll never grow. All right, so that's still taking too long. Right? Look at Clerk. Is there anything unique about Clerk? Not really. Right? Look at Auth0 or any other auth as a service provider. Is there anything unique about what they do? No, but they're viable businesses. They're probably pretty fun to build. It's like saying you don't want to open up a pizza place because someone else already has a pizza place. Oh, I can't open a restaurant. There's already a restaurant nearby. There you go. That might be a good idea. Yeah, give a listen to some Y Combinator podcasts about how people came up with ideas. Sure. I think the biggest thing is don't worry about making something that has to make a profit. That can come later. You're just bored and you want something to build. Yeah. So I would say right now, if you don't have any ideas, try and make a game. I bet in the process of making that game, you might discover some type of tooling that you could build out to make that process easier. Asset management, all sorts of stuff. In the process of building one thing, you may discover another thing that you want to build too. That's fine. But forcing yourself into a constraint like that right now in the moment, good luck. Like, it's just not going to happen. So you can sit there being bored, or you can just start building something, even if it's not the exact thing you wanted to build. So it wanted to log out there. Why? We do see that we have an access token. Aha. So this thing is firing twice. And it's almost always empty the first time. Damn right, I'm serious. Like, we got a bug here, man. And yeah, how you doing, Mr. Halsey? What you up to? Yeah, it's definitely a timing issue. Like our access token is not available on the first go. All right, so let's try this again. All right, so we load up. We do see access token get logged, and it wasn't empty. So it's not a problem on the first load, but when we do a hard refresh, we get a wanted to log out. All the other stuff is fine. Now, one thing I could do is I could create like a hacky state variable for like if we've already checked it once and it was empty. It's like a reading from local storage problem. right? So if we do just like the early check and then let it reload, I think we're good. Do we think this is a React strict mode issue? No, we have strict mode turned off. So it's not a strict mode issue. Well, we did get it fixed. It's not ideal, but it'll work for now. I am going to leave a to-do for it, though. So yeah, that'll do it. Just not ideal. All right, business settings, that goes away. Okay, so we're back to this page now. Yeah, and we got the styling that we care about. So then, yeah, what's the site I like to use? Iconify, that's it. And what icon library am I using? Icons pH duotone. So that is phosphorus. Phosphor, something like that. I like their redesign of this search. This is nice. Hey, how you doing, Space Case? Ooh, about to hit the 200. Nice. Oh, hold on. I gotta work DM. One second. All right, cool. Anyway, sorry, had to schedule a call with a coworker about our flow to TypeScript migration. I'm gonna try and chat with him and get a bunch of info so I can maybe write a blog post and create a video and maybe start proposing some conference talks. All right, so which one is this? This is check circle duotone. Okay, so I'm going to create a quick throwaway icon, or element here. This is going to be onboarding list item. And it just has completed. Ooh, man, Super Maven nailed it with that recommendation there. Problem is, it's not returning an LI. Which is fine. All right. So then, yeah, we get something like that. It is not ideal. So let's fix the styling. MR4, we're going to say MR2. Oop. Yeah, create a quota or a balance. Sure. Create API keys. Use the API keys. Voila. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Here's the big thing. Once they've done these 3 steps, we probably don't even show this anymore. And actually, it's not a heading. We just want to style it like a heading. All right, so something like that. I like it. Okay. Just something like that. I don't know. We'll work on the copy eventually, sure. One thing I'm realizing is, yeah, this is not going to be item center. This is going to be... why are we not getting that auto-completed? I'm missing an extension. Right? It's like a Tailwind one. Tailwind and IntelliSense. Yep. Just want to make sure that's the place I wanted it. It is not. We want items center, but justify start. No? I think I want justify self start. What's the deal? All right, hold on. Messing this one up. Is it because the item's not growing tall enough? I think that's probably it. Yeah. And really, like, if we just do item start, I think that's actually what we wanted anyway. Yeah. What's up, no design? We're working on design stuff right now. Are you saying no Figma? No, we don't have a Figma file. I'm the only person working on this. I'm actually guessing that you're just making a reference to your name, right? Oh, really? That's pretty good there, Threllin Musketeers. Hell yeah. Yeah, I plan on building out a service that you could use. I guess here's the question. Do you find that building those limits is something that you would pay for a service for? Especially considering that that service could be responsible for sending like emails when the user is getting close to their limit or things like that. And for everyone here on Twitch, that person is over on YouTube. Right? Is it taking enough time away from the other stuff you're doing that, you know, you'd rather be building your own features rather than building out this system? Similar to, yeah, when you're building out your own auth system, that's time that you could be building features. So yeah, take your time, type it out. But yeah, like, does this seem like a service that you would pay for if it was reasonably priced and, you know, saved you enough time? That's like the main question. For me, I plan on building enough software as a service, like indie hacker style projects, that this kind of thing is something I'm going to have to end up doing multiple times. So I'm at least saving myself that time. But okay, so I like what we've got with this like very basic onboarding form or whatever. Um, Fetching the balances might be our next step. And this is where I'm going to really annoy myself because I'm pretty sure we're going to run into some type safety issues about like how we generate our keys for fetching stuff from Dynamo. So basically, unless I just nailed it and these fetches work, we may pivot to doing a bit of like type safety for my like key generation system. So you'd personally rather implement it yourself. I get it. That's fine. So here's my question. How long do you think it's taking you? No, I'm not using a service, Mr. Halsey. I have enough bandwidth that I can just publish from my stream machine, just using the OBS multi RTMP plugin. So yeah, Threllin, I'm just curious, like, what do you think your total time investment is going to be? right? And consider that you're going to want to notify users when they're getting to that cap, maybe an email that convinces them they should upgrade their plan, etc. Right? It's not just tracking the balances, it's also all the other stuff that goes around it. No, no, yeah, yeah, I understand Threllin. Like, it's the same exact reason. Like, I can implement auth myself as well, right? So there's plenty of users for it, right? Even like Theo's upload thing. I can implement S3 uploads myself as well. But there are plenty of people that would benefit from that. So I totally understand that. What I'm getting at still, though, is like, I'd like to know how long it's taking you as an experienced dev, because I could, like, even experienced devs are someone that I may want to try and like sell to with marketing, etc. Right? So that's my thought. Like, how long do you think it would take you hours wise to finish your implementation and to also handle the, the warning system when the user's almost to hit that cap, etc. Right? The time to do the database migrations, the time to, fix things as you go if you maybe missed something. Right? Just ballpark figure in hours. If you were to estimate building this out in like a Scrum process. Even t-shirt size would work. And yeah, thanks, Space Case. 200 watch streak. Like, yeah, welcome to the 200 club. So yeah, I think this is definitely like, it has legs, but I also want to consider like, even experienced devs only have a finite amount of time in which they can work on things. Now, if you're bootstrapping a business, that bootstrapping, lends itself towards just building yourself. But for any company that might be behind something where they're just trying to launch something, even internally, something that speeds them up quicker, So with Cursor, maybe 1 to 2 days. You're saying with sending notification emails and all that? Okay. Yeah, I don't use Cursor, so I'm not sure. Well, I mean, so Best Stoner EU, using Postgres triggers? Ooh, yeah, no, I don't like the idea of doing that at all. But super easy for emails. Okay, I get it. When you say 1 to 2 days, you're talking like all day though, right? Yeah, see, I really don't like the idea of Postgres triggers doing that. That's just, it's not a concern of Postgres at that point, right? I really don't like putting too much business logic into Postgres. It's just a data layer. The moment you start putting business logic into your data layer, you run into all sorts of weird issues. Scalability, etc. Portability, right? Like, yeah. So just personally, that's just you do whatever you want. But yeah, I definitely would not do it as a Postgres trigger. But yeah, the SNS, right? Like, wiring up all of that. Are you really like sticking to the 2 days? Because it does seem to me like there's more infrastructure to it than that. No, no, and I understand that, Threllin. I'm not trying to be combative at all. I get what you're saying, Threllin. Huh. All right. I just feel like, in my opinion, if I was in there in that sprint planning with you and you said 2 days, I would push back very heavily. If you're talking for an indie hacker, okay, sure, 2 days. On an actual team with planning and business involved and all that, definitely not 2 days. Right? Like, you wouldn't even get approval for spinning up a new AWS service within 2 days. Right? Like the SNS part. Okay. Yeah, yeah, okay. No, I get that. That makes a lot more sense there, Threllen. So, sure, I can understand that. What do you consider like the potential cost to you, right? Like, if you were to take those same 2 days and actually ship features or other things, what is like the opportunity cost lost? Yeah, yeah, space case. Like, 1 day for an indie hacker is like 2 weeks on a team. You know. So yeah, the opportunity cost is pretty high. Sure. Okay. So yeah. I think there's a lot to that, right? You'd rather be doing something else, all that. Okay, cool. I think there's definitely a way to quantify that in some way. Yeah, for sure, Mr. Halsey, right? Like, documented and written in a way that passes code review and like all the actual like rigmarole that goes with like being on a team. So yeah, indie hackers have like a special place. So yeah, indie hackers, I still think the opportunity cost of those 2 days, right? If you're launching a project in a week, 2 days is 2/7 of your time, right? No, and yeah, I'll be doing some kind of freemium tier, absolutely, like pretty much every auth service out there. But yeah, I'm still considering like the opportunity cost to an indie hacker, right? Even 2 days of like the week that they would be launching, that's a major portion of their time if they're trying to like launch within a week. So yeah, I still think there's value, especially like as a freemium. It just depends on like how much the cost of them integrating would be, right? Like learning my API, setting that up. For their first thing, it may also be 2 days, but then they would get like value towards the next project and it would be amortized over, over time that way. Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud. That's all. Yeah, I was just brainstorming. That's all. Yeah, I mean, so the dashboard I'm building out, right? Like, this is the welcome screen, but eventually it'll have like, dashboards and stuff. Because yeah, I think that's another big part, right? You're building out your just like the functionality, but maybe your estimate didn't include the dashboards that show the reporting of that, right? So, and that's just yet another thing you got to build, right? And you might not need those dashboards until the next week. So yeah, I don't know. Just thinking out loud. I do think this is some value, but yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, cool. Yeah, thanks for brainstorming with me there, Trowler. Appreciate that. The Shad Sienna static, which I don't have going right now, I think is what you're getting at. That's fine. I'm not too worried about the design of this right now. Nah, that is definitely not something that is worth pivoting right now. Hell no. I don't give a shit. Like, no, man. That is really, really bad advice for launching an MVP. Pivot your entire design system? Hell no. Hell no. It is not important. No. I'm sorry. I completely disagree. And at this point, we already recognized indie hackers are actually not my target market. Right? Like proper startups is my target market. Game devs is my target market. All right, so I think I'm currently using Axios for my requests. That is something I would pivot first. Yeah, Mr. Halsey. I think there's a big difference between indie hacker and startup. Right? Indie hackers are like serial entrepreneurs where they need to launch as many projects as possible as quickly as possible for one to stick. Whereas a startup has a focused goal and typically is going for investment or has investment. That's right. I've got services for these things. That's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. So we haven't created these services. That's probably our next step. I think I'm going to need billing rate adjustment or stats. We might need stats at some point. So I don't think we have anything to worry about there. Because, yeah, we're not doing any of the search stuff. And actually, yeah, I don't think we have any params we want to pass either. We do have to pass a business ID. That's right. So yeah, we'll just let these endpoints be like that. We don't need an interface for it. Oh, that was not what I wanted. All right, so get balances, get balance. We're gonna have a create balance. Um, we are gonna have a stats endpoint at some point, but we'll just comment that for now, and then delete. So what we'll do is we'll say get all. That should be fine. Okay, so then, yep, this is just balance ID. All right, so then we got to do the same thing for quotas, and we'll just copy and paste balance here and just replace a bunch of stuff in there. Let me double check that we actually have those endpoints. did I did I forget something here? Okay, yeah. Balances, create, yeah. It was the payments and transactions that only have a get all and a stats. Okay, perfect. So yeah, create, read, update, delete. Oh, we don't have an update. All right, so then we got to go back to balance and make sure we got that update endpoint there. Okay, so we'll call that good for now. And yeah, what we're gonna end up having is a bunch of like fetch state stuff because we haven't pivoted to uh, React Query yet. And yeah, that's what I was getting at, Threllin. Like, I have a bunch of other pivots I need to do first, right? Like, a pivot to React Query would be way higher up on the list than a design pivot. Basically, once the app is built and functioning, then I can refactor the design, right? That's something I can do while I have users. Whereas some of these other things, I just need to actually get users first. That's all. And yeah, Goob, just want to stop by, let me know. I made your top watch to 4th place with 211 hours. Hey, yeah, awesome. It's good to hear. Yeah, we had a couple people with like 1,000 watched hours, which was nice. Like, I only streamed 1,500. But, you know what? I think it's time for one of these. It's basically 5 o'clock. I've been some motivation. Oh, that's good to hear, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so we are sipping on some Heaven Hill. It's quite good. That was 1,500 just on this channel. I did 1,800 on gaming channel. So I actually stream more on gaming than I do here. That's more than 40 hours a week. So 2,000 hours is, oh, you're saying like the 1,800 over on gaming. Yeah, because 2,000 hours is what, like, you basically can, like, divide your yearly salary by, and that becomes your effective hourly rate, accounting for 2 weeks of vacation. So, you know, 40 weeks times, or 40 hours a week times 50 weeks, boom, 2,000 hours, and then you can calculate your effective hourly rate. That's the way I like to do that. So yeah, I stream basically 1.5 jobs. On top of my job. It's kind of easy when you don't have a social life. I have a social life, okay? It's just, it happens like once a month. This is my social life. I leave the house like once a month. Which I'll be doing tomorrow. Seattle JS, baby. Christmas party. Is that a beaker? No, it's one of those like green artisan like BS glasses. I forget where you get them. I feel like Target sold them for a while. I like it because it's got this like what is that? Like the Weeblo symbol or whatever. I don't know how to spell that. I know I'm spelling it wrong. Oh, I was actually kind of close. Yeah, it is the Weeblo symbol. Yep. Risky Google. That was a risky Google. I used up my luck for the day. No more risky Googles like that. Yeah, I'm mixing with water. I would prefer to mix it with Coca-Cola, but I would like to lose some weight, especially because I put on a bunch during my traveling over the past like month and a half. Back up to 173. It's not ideal. I got down to like 165. My target is like 150, 155. The whiskey doesn't help, right? One whiskey's what, like 100 calories, 200 calories, something like that. But mixing Coca Cola with it would bump it up to 200 or 300. So, you know. All right, so we need to bring in these services. And how am I doing the service stuff? Oh, yeah, I just create them in the render. I could definitely optimize that away, but I feel like with the compiler, I'm not going to need to anymore. Worst case scenario, I could have the services on some state, like as a state variable, and then set them when the navigate changes. So you basically divide by 2.2. So 78 kilos. It's a bit much. Almost 79. That's a bit much. Heaviest I've ever been was I got up to 180 at one point. And yeah, I was not feeling healthy at all. 180 is around the weight that my dad had his like heart issue too. Now he was eating fried food like every day. But again, the whiskey probably doesn't help. Yeah, so I'll just instantiate the services. Like, the performance of that is not going to be a big deal. Yeah, see, I'm only 5'6", and I don't know how to calculate that into meters. So 5'6", and let's just say I'm 5'5". All right, so 5'5" to meters. 1.65. So yeah, you're way taller than me. All right, so then this is going to be quota service. Business, we're fetching that way. Yeah, those we're fetching that way as well. So then from here, Oh, but I messed something up over in Quota service because I forgot to change a keyword. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I see. That was it. That was it. Oh. Yeah, and this is the annoying part. A lot of our request types and response types are API specific. I'll want to move that out here eventually. So then, yeah, here in balance, that's also going to be a flaw. Oh, and this is going to be a patch. What's up, Isaac? I am building a software as a service for other software as a service to use. And yeah, you may be wondering why I do this like abstraction of the service for fetching stuff from the back end. The main reason is it allows me to create this base service that then is like I have the authenticated version, or where I actually use like an authenticated Axios, and that authenticated Axios will basically have its own like middleware attached to it. So the authenticated Axios then allows me to redirect back to, like the login state or various things like that. It allows me to attach the token, right? So then all of that rigmarole of what we do when we have an unauthorized user, right? We set the token to 0 and we log them out, right? Redirect them to login. We can also do our batch kind of like fetching stuff. So it's just nice to have like one abstraction for all of that, and then all of our services just get to use it, which is nice. If you are familiar with Angular at all, this is an Angular style pattern for data fetching. So Isaac, think about a quota as in like you are building up a software as a service, right? Like some tool that you want businesses to use for launching their own products. You want to bill them based upon how much they use your product. That is a quota. So, if you're like a Vercel competitor, you would allow them to do like 1 million requests a month on the free tier. And then, if they hit that limit, you can either deny them requests, or you can just make sure you send them an email that they need to like top up or switch to the pro tier. And if they go over that quota enough, you start doing denial of service, right? Very similarly, if they're on a paid tier and they go over, well, that would be the amount that you start like billing them for the overage. So you might get 10 million requests on the paid tier of Vercel, but then once you go over that, how do you bill them for the next million, right? You need to track that somehow. So that is what a quota is in this context. And then very similarly, we have another idea that is called a balance. A balance and a quota actually seem very similar until you realize that the mechanisms in which you interact with them is different. So a balance is something where you will spend money to add to the balance and then you deduct from it for usage. Now that sounds like a quota, just in the opposite direction. But the key is that a balance will carry over, at least for a time. So your balance that you paid into will carry over to next month. And maybe you don't negate that payment or credit that you gave them until a year after the credits were added, similar to how OpenAI does that. So if you buy credits on OpenAI, they only last for a year. We can also manage that for users as well. Another service that does usage-based billing from a prepaid balance perspective is DigitalOcean. So this entire project started up because I felt like I wanted to build out the DigitalOcean billing model as a service. And then I realized that there were other things we could check off as well. So with DigitalOcean, you would spend $20. You got $20 worth of credits. And then, you spin up a VPS and you're billing them for the amount of time that VPS is up. And then if that VPS gets killed, you stop billing them for that time, right? And you can just deduct from their balance based upon the usage over that time. So prepaid billing versus invoiced billing, right? I think there's plenty of services out there that are doing the invoiced billing kind of thing, but I don't think there's enough that are doing the prepaid billing thing. Now, there are a couple that are tackling that, which is why I decided to pivot to also doing quotas. So David, I haven't worked out my exact billing model, right? Like my monetization scheme, like what different tiers I'm going to have, how much I'm going to charge. If you're talking about you as a customer and that billing, do whatever you want. Yeah. How you manage your billing to your clients based upon the quota that you have set forth, that's actually on you. I'm not trying to middleman the payment system at all. And actually, that was part of my pivot to not do the payment part, right? To not middleman Stripe, to not middleman PayPal. Instead, you are still responsible for the PayPal and Stripe and how you charge people. All I'm tracking is the quota and the balance. At least for the MVP. Now we'll see. If I get some VC investment and they think that is like the thing that's required to be successful, well, all right. It's their money. Yeah, we can start building that out, but that's not something I'm going to tackle until I have investment. Or until I'm massively profitable already. The liability of middlemaning like payment services just isn't worth it to me as a person who is bootstrapping the business. It was my original intention, but yeah, just the liability of it. Nah, it's not my current goal. Yeah, not just profitable, right? Like profitable is like, okay, cool, I got a nice business I can use to like, you know, maybe not have to have a job at some point. Massively profitable would be, okay, cool, I'm making enough money that I need to figure out like other ways to keep growing the business. Sure. And yeah, best stoner EU. I have not used Dino 2 yet. I am somewhat enamored with Fresh. Dino. I really like the way Fresh does their middleware. No, I'm not using Postgres. I'm using Dynamo. I'm building this for like really massive scalability with as little effort as possible. So scaling Postgres didn't sound like something I wanted to do. Oh, and hold on. So yeah, Isaac, are there specific services I'm building for? My target customers are, to a degree, indie hackers that want to do something that wraps OpenAI, right? That would be a good balance system. Another is startups, right? Like startups in general that just have quotas that they need to work with. And then like the third, maybe like least important, but still like a really good target market is game devs. So if you consider the balance system inside of League of Legends, there are two currencies within League of Legends. There's the red crystals and blue crystals. Red crystals you can buy with money, blue crystals you earn by playing the game. But those are still balances that need to be maintained and deducted from as you do like marketplace purchases, etc. So the idea is, yeah, game developers are a third target customer. But I think my main focus is startups and then indie hackers and then game developers. Now, it may turn out that game developers are actually a bigger target market. I don't know, like bigger than maybe indie hackers. Not sure. That will be part of like establishing the product market fit after I've launched. But from my initial planning, those are like the three like target businesses that I think would have value. Oh, so hold on. The thing is, Best Stoner, like you don't have to use it for rendering. To me, this makes sense as just like a backend API framework, right? And the way they do middleware is really nice. So the fact that you can do nested middleware, hold on, where do we see their structure, right? So yeah, you might build your API, and keep in mind, I'm only talking about the API. I don't care about full stack stuff at all. Never the twain shall meet, as my opinion goes. So you could build out just as an API using this backend stuff and have your middleware actually scoped based upon like the folder-based routing or like file system-based routing. So Isaac, I'm not concerned with consumers whatsoever. Right? This is a software as a service for software as a service. So what their consumers care about is the important part. I don't care about that part. The value prop is I can save you time for building out the infrastructure for your own balance and quota management. In the same way that auth as a service saves you time from having to build out your own auth. What you use that auth for, that's your problem. That's not my problem. 1 second. All right, you can do links. You're talking about similar to Nitro? Maybe. I haven't looked at how Nitro does their middleware. So, I mean, yeah, Best Stoner, like, file system-based routing is not unique, right? Nitro, Nuxt, Next, all sorts of things do file-based routing. I'm not really concerned with the difference between file system-based routing and, defining it within some routing file. What I'm getting at is purely the way that middleware works. Yeah, see, no. Yeah, Nitro does it the exact way I don't like doing it. If you want to define middleware for a Nitro-based project, you're doing it at the top level. And then inside of your middleware, you have to do like the checks on which like file path you're going to. Right? So like the cyclomatic complexity of your middleware file increases. Right? The entire thing I was getting at with the Dino reference is that my admin middleware for checking for a token can happen right there. And then this middleware that is global for every route doesn't do the token check because these are public routes. Not having to do like a specific like if check based upon the path inside of a middleware is exactly what I'm talking about. So Fresh does that. Nitro, Nuxt, Next, they all fuck that one up. Solid Start totally fucks it up. Now, when I have pointed this out online in various places, someone pushed back and said, well, yeah, but when I see people doing middleware like this, it encourages waterfalls. And they're not wrong, but at the same time, like some data has to waterfall. Like you have to do an auth check before you do some other things. Right? You have to establish that the user has a valid token before you even go worry about grabbing data from the database and, ballooning your bill, etc. Right? So I think, yeah, there are certain things that need to be done before others. But you do need to be at least aware of any like waterfall, like API or database requests that you're making. The nice part is I'm using Dynamo. Dynamo responds to basically everything within 10 milliseconds. So I would have to do a lot of waterfalling to balloon my API response time. But even then, I can probably parallelize, and then we're really good to go. So yeah, how's it going, Tilted Tom? Do I use any AI tools? I'm using Super Maven. That's it right now. I'll consider Cursor or Pair at some point. What's the other one? Like Windsurf? I'll consider those two, but for the moment, Super Maven's getting me everything I need. I could add DAX. I can't afford to pay DAX. No. What is DAX for Dynamo? DynamoDB Accelerator. I'd never even heard of that. Is that new? It's been around a few years. Okay. No, no, and yeah, I don't know if you're aware. Dax is a somewhat popular content creator. He's streamed here on Twitch. He works for SST. He makes a lot of content talking about AWS and shitting on Next.js, that kind of stuff. I just thought that was funny. That there's a service called Dax. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dax Rad. He does like Tomorrow FM. Right, that's Dax. He is pretty prolific over on the Tweeter. Yeah, he's part of like the terminal.shop like coffee company. Man, they should really use a different thumbnail. This is like a thumbnail that says, and then my bill ballooned to 10K a month. It was at that moment that I realized I left a permanent marker in the wash. This face says, I forgot to wear underwear today. The play button not being centered is also a problem. Yeah, there you go, X Crap. Hell yeah. What else does this face say? What do y'all think? This is actually kind of fun, right? Like, this is a good ad lib, like, like fill in the speech bubble kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Sergeant Pepper. I didn't want to go there, but you're right. That is exactly what that face is. That is exactly that face. Like 1000%. That is that face. There you go, Isaac. Yeah, yeah. When you realize the fart wasn't a fart. Yep. Not wrong. Not wrong. Ah, yeah, yeah. He was just explained the purpose of the three seashells. Touche. Spacely Sprocketeer wants to take me to Taco Bell. Mr. Halsey, you got that quote. Damn right. I love it when a good Demolition Man reference goes recognized. This is, and there I was running down the street covered in jello singing, I'm an Oscar Mayer wiener. B2C? I think B2C is tough. I'm like, I have built a few things, but not fully launched. I just think B2C is actually the hardest business to build. I would rather make some B2B profitability before I even worry about trying to make some B2C stuff for the passion of it. Right? B2B, you can establish like a pretty decent like customer base and be profitable as an indie hacker, etc. B2C, you're going to do like the Levels IO thing and launch 60 different services before you actually strike it rich with like Remote OK, you know? Even then, Remote OK is actually B2B, right? He needed to do Remote OK as a B2B thing to have the money and funds to do the Face AI thing. I don't think Face AI is a winning business without the safety net of the B2B service that he was already running. Right? Like, you can't afford to pay your, what, how much is he paying? Like, he's easily at like 10 to 20K expenses for like his AI stuff, right? Like, you can't afford to do that without something else that's paying the bills, right? 10 to 20K a month on his AI like services he's consuming. It's not even just more money. It's easier to get someone willing to pay for something, right? Consumers don't want to pay shit, right? Consumers are like the only way to do it is freemium. Convincing a consumer to part with $5 a month is really tough. Convincing a business part with $5 a month is actually tough because they expect to pay more. So they wonder, well, why would I pay for that? Could I just build it myself? Um, Igalonga, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? I just realized I don't have any like notifications going for that stuff. Right? Like I need to get my follow notifications back going. I think I turned it off when we got follow botted. Oh, so I'm using Stream Elements, but they're not doing anything for a follow? Yeah, I need to wire that up here soon. Yeah, I should just wire up my own follow bot. It's so easy. Like, it's actually really, 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 really easy. I could also probably just get the Twitch ones going too. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Okay though. So we ran into some errors. Validation Table does not have the specified index quaternary. Yep. Nope. That's a problem. All right, so we're going to get logged out for that user, which is fine. And yeah, how you doing, Sergeant Pepper, Mr. Sir? What you been up to? You feeling a bit better? I know it's been a little bit, so you're probably like totally fine now, but yeah, just making sure. All right, so right, bad token. Uh-oh. Okay, so I see a lot of 403s. Bad request. Hmm. You got multi-stream working? You'll see how it goes tomorrow? Yeah, no worries. The multi-RTMP plugin is quite good. Yeah, highly recommended. Aha, yeah. Yep, there it is. So we got some extra keys stuff happening, and yeah, so we got a flaw in our. Yeah, all right. So this ends up needing to be something where we need to really increase the type safety of our data layer. But real quick, hold on. I found this really, really dirty, dingy nickel. It's from 2006. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, how is it that dirty from 2006? That's some bullshit. And I was like, oh man, is it old? Is it like, is it a collector's item? No, it's not. All right, so we need to work on this type safety. That is like really bumming me out at this point. All right, so we're going to create a testing.ts file. And in this file, this is where we're actually going to do like some mock BS. So we need to grab some stuff from our data file. All right, so we bring in table key manager and DB keys. All right, so we got this new table key manager. We're generating that. The other part of our usage then is where are we doing the table key stuff? Okay, cool. So looks like, yep, won't be hanging out with a couple friends until over a month from now. Yep. And what's up, Type Error Dev? We're solving the problem that your name is talking about. Technically, it's not a type error in what we're trying to do, and it should be a type error. So yeah, we got to figure out why we're not getting some of these issues. But let me get some more music going. I think synthwave belongs in a museum. All right, so if we look at this for balances, let's actually just get everything removed but balances. And yeah, Mr. Halsey, yeah, you know the song at the bare minimum, but just in case, here's a quick reminder of how good it is. Feel free to listen along. Okay, so yeah, I do need to use the restrooms. Give me just a second while I do that. But the main gist is, right, we see that partition requires business ID and balance ID. But we're not getting that. Right, like, we're not getting any error in our type safety here. So what I'm wondering is, yeah, we may need to refactor and define these things like as const or something. But this table key manager that we have created over here, we should be getting some type of type safety error. Can we accomplish it in some other type safe way? I don't know, but we need to make this be an error because we're not passing all the keys that are listed here. So yeah, because we need this to be an error at like editor time because we're running into way too many like runtime errors and like right here like allowed key names user ID, but we're getting like an issue here. As const doesn't work yet because it's still not going to help us, right? Like if I do as const here, right, we still don't get an error. So as const is not some magic fix. We have to think about how we actually deal with the arguments that we're passing to these functions. So it's going to be in the function signatures somewhere, but I don't know where yet. So as const does not work, but it may be part of what ends up working. The key is we need to be able to extract the type of the argument we pass to this thing, which maybe changes like the way that we have to like reference the table key manager. Right? Maybe we create like a second implementation and we start refactoring those things. That could be part of the option. I don't want to break everything immediately. So let me go use the restroom though, and I'll be right back. And yeah, I need type safety there. I don't know what the right way to do it is yet though. And it's entirely possible I misunderstood what you meant by as const words. Like maybe I need to do as const on this part. I don't know. So this could maybe be a good use case for cursor or some AI stuff. Let's try Anthropic. Yeah, I just don't think it's ever gonna get this. Hmm. All right, so let's do this. And really, export doesn't matter here. Okay, so the key value map that we're passing. No, that is not what I wanted, Godo. Um, yeah. Anyone here consider themselves really good with TypeScript? Because I need some help. 20 years of TypeScript experience, eh? So, Mr. Halsey, like, do you have any input? What I'm trying to do is create a function that throws an error if I try and set any keys for this object that are not in this array. I said TypeScript specifically. Is that maybe it? Isn't that just going to be string, Mad Dog? All right, so they yell at us about it should be a mapped object type instead. But you're right, it does end up giving us that exactly. So, yeah, interesting. Oh, shit. I'd have to use the paid version of Super Maven. Why do I need T? I probably don't need T. But I don't think that's the actual issue, right? It's not being used. So that's not even like relevant. The entire issue is that it's complaining about this still. So the T thing, irrelevant. Correct. This should error. One second, Omar. Yeah, no worries, Omar. Could I have a type for this object? No, because technically, I mean, here's the big thing. It's going to end up looking like, one second, let me find the file. This. So it's going to be more than just one thing, right? So for partition key, it's only going to have this key for businesses. But for business users, or actually a better example, for accounts, partition key is going to be this. So is there a way to do this in a way where I'm not duplicating everything in here into a type that I also have to define? Right? Can I extract a type from this object I'm passing? So, right, this is like the simplest aspect. If we can make this part work, then we're at least one step closer, but then we need to figure out how to do it for many different things. And the way to do this is not going to be something that I can hard code, because this is at a framework level, not my application level. So this is something that needs to be generic for any other like business I spin up around it, because this is part of Calatrava, my application framework, not my application itself. This part that you saw is part of my application, but Table Key Manager is from the application framework. So basically, I want the type to be discerned by the value that I'm passing to this. Now, I could definitely do like an as const for the object I'm passing or something, if that helps TypeScript understand it better. So yeah, anyone got any ideas? Right, basically we're running into this error, which is an index signature parameter type cannot be a literal type or generic type. Consider using a mapped object instead. I don't think the other file matters yet, right? Let's make this give us a type error first, right? Let's like make the, like solve the smaller problem first. There you go, Steel Toad. No, we will not be using any. So Mr. Halsey, we still need it to be coming from an array. That's like the baseline. Hard coding the business ID part doesn't solve our problem. Right? Like hard coding that in here doesn't solve the problem whatsoever. This needs to be something that we can define as a dynamic array still. Right? We will know all the values ahead of time, so not dynamic at runtime, but dynamic as far as like editor time goes. So at, like basically as an example, if I edit this array and add another value, this should then fail even further, right? The array part is pretty much essential. I could do it as an object, but it still needs to be something that is defined outside of the scope of what we're doing right here. It'll always be a string, so that part's easy. What version of TypeScript are you on, Mad Dog? Let me get more music going first. What do you mean, Teddy? Are you saying partition key parts should be an object instead of an array? So I'm on TypeScript 4.7.4, so I could update. One second. Yeah, we'll see about throwing it in a paste bin first, but let's look at this part a little bit. Oh, and that was the wrong package JSON. Shit. Okay, so real quick, let me look at chat. Mad Dog, I do get an error still. So even after upgrading to 5.7.2, this is still an issue. So then const allowed keys. Okay, so you're saying defining as an object would be better than an array. Is that your main gist? So Mad Dog, hold on. Are you saying we should do it on not the array, the object, right? Okay, but now we're not getting account ID missing as an error. So we're close. And I like the array approach better. So yeah, I like the fact that you were still doing that. So restarted, that's what we had before. Hmm. But no, that's actually working. Interesting. All right, so then what we need to do is we need to abstract this out. So yeah, I think we're on the right track more with what we got here. So what I'm getting at then maybe is defining all of our keys in this giant table key manager is maybe wrong. So maybe this structure would end up needing to change, right? Instead of passing one giant object with all these things as keys to it, all right, so hold on. Let's get back to what we have here. So then, what if we end up doing something like this, where we have const, we'll just call it, I don't know, users table keys. So then, if we wanted to make this work, we were very short with the CVA part for now. We're going to be adding more to it, but really, I just wanted something to abstract heading sizes and stuff. So now I need it to work with not just one array, but multiple arrays we might define. And I'm currently doing enum db keys that. So if I make that as const, then maybe I could do Okay. All right, so hold on. What's the way to make this part work? So I understand why that's complaining. Um, now we don't get this as an error. But that's because I'm probably not passing this then, right? So then so I mean, Mr. Halsey, we've got like another level to it now. Right? Like we actually already solved that one a little bit ago. Now we're trying to solve it with multiple inside of an object, but maybe this would be inside of a type instead. And then maybe we do like this becomes a union. Yeah, so I think this abstraction for table key manager goes away. We don't even need a class for it. And if we just do this as a purely like type system focused thing, then instead of const, I can make that just a type. Right? Like this could work for me, but now we just need to make this match this being a type. And okay, so yeah, then this would be instead of that, right? This becomes a union. Trying to find like an album that's a little bit longer because I just don't want to deal with changing it while we're hacking on this. So yeah, I need to make this function work now. Oh, and the number part. Um, yeah, hold on. Okay. All right. Okay. So I think we're getting there. So that gives the type safety that we care about there. But here's the main thing, right? Table key manager actually needs to be able to create these keys, and it actually needs to understand how to do this. So, right, like if we look at the source code of table key manager, right, we have create key string, but we need to actually operate on these values as values, not just, right, like not just types. Yes, restarted, but like only for each one. So I would want to create a partition key or create a sort key, and they need to be like mutually exclusive based upon the keys that are in each. So I guess here's the big thing. I need to be able to convert whatever this value is as a value, which is why the union here is not ideal, right? So we can make this work just fine, but now we don't have the actual ability to map these. We kind of do, but we need the order in which they're mapped. That's the trickier part after that, which is why the array was necessary. Otherwise, we'd have to enforce that these happen in the order that we have coded in the future, which makes that way gnarlier. So realistically, the hierarchy of it maybe doesn't matter. I think it does. No, I think it still does. Like, we want these to be like hierarchically based upon like the thing that is nested under. So if we were doing a business ID should go first. But I don't necessarily want to enforce that in this map that we're passing. Basically, the goal of this is to spit out a string that looks something like this. Except business ID here would be business ID, right? What's up, Coding Garden fan? I want to do this as a Replit, but I'm out of Replit like instances, and I have like 30 of them, so deleting them would suck. No, I'm not paying for Replit. Here's what. Yeah, I'll be playing some PoE later. If you want to join up, like, I'd be more than down. Oh, yeah. Actually, we would have been fine there. We don't need this hack. Yeah, I'm standard. I'm not doing hardcore. I might try some hardcore once early access is done, but I still need to like figure out the champs. I want to play through the campaign at least once. Like, you know, nah. I'm not trying to sweat. I'm trying to enjoy the game. Okay, so here is the gist. I want to be able to generate the string that we have here. So if I save this, I should be able to share it now. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Private, nope. This is just public. Everyone has access. Copy the link. And then, yeah. Let me copy and paste that for Mr. Halsey, who might be over on the YouTube. Okay, so that's the gist. I want to make this console.log function actually do success true, and we need to generate this. So my problem here is that because we're doing this union, we no longer get access to these things as values, which is where like an as const becomes more valuable to me. Right? So I'm thinking at this point, we need to convert it back to like an as const of an actual object with an array of values so that we can actually use those values and the order that they are within the array to generate this string. Because the order in which this string gets generated should not be dependent upon the order in which these keys get added to it. Or at the bare minimum, it should be type safe enough to know that we're passing those keys in the wrong order. Pretty sure we still end up needing as const. Yeah, Mr. Halsey's lurking over on the YouTube instead of here on Twitch. Yeah, he's great. So, Mr. Halsey, if you can't see it, Nightshade Dude is stoked. There you go, Pedro. Again, if I'm going to build a hosting platform, I'm going to need balance management. So this SaaS is still necessary before I can build a SaaS to host my SaaS. Well, it's more about the order in which the SaaSes need to be made. All right, so we still want to have this type safety based upon this const user table keys values instead. Which makes me think that we need to do something like that. So instead of just keys, this is the key map. Oh, shit. I did that in the wrong place. If you remove the duplication, it becomes a number. I don't think that part matters, Mr. Halsey, right? Like, let's focus on things that actually affect the outcome. I don't think that actually affects the outcome. Right? Like, no offense, like, thank you, but like, does that part really matter? I don't think it does. Yeah, no worries. Like, I appreciate it. Like, thank you for the help. Like, really, really, thank you for the help. But yeah, we got to focus on things that actually change the outcome, and that, you know, that's a straw man, right? That's basically bike shedding. So they don't like the string array thing. Okay, so we solved that part, but we still don't get an error for this part. And yeah, T here is no longer valid. So do I need T back? Because I want T to be kind of like what this value is. No, this is some artist that covered the song. It's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's a really good album. All right, so they reformatted a bit for us. They still don't like this part though. So yeah, anyone got any thoughts on what I should be doing here better? It's yelling at me about K cannot be used to index type T. Okay, so that part's good. All right, so I just needed to like make those better. So now that whole thing fails and that works. Okay, no, so that's actually right. Okay. All right, so then the internals of this function. Oh no shit. Package JSON. Oh, that JS string escape. Okay, so now we have this create keystring function. Wait, what do I gotta do to get object.entries? Change your target library. Try changing lib to ES 2017. The expected output is right here. So it's really just table name that we're missing now. So I could pass table name directly. All right, so that breaks things. I still don't think this is actually going to give us what we want, but if I hard code it, we're okay. Right? Like we can at least get further. And then maybe like fixing how we do that becomes a thing. Oh, and you know what? I'll do this. Yeah, okay. So, right, now we're getting expected found. Oh, well, hold on. Right. So I guess here's the big thing. Do I need to pass a generic like this? It can get inferred. Okay. So then it's basically create key string. users table keys values. So then dbkeys.partition key gets passed to that, and we're not getting an error because reasons. And we're not using the keys value here. That would be a big part of it. So the key map, and if we look at the key map is this, right? Users table key values. So then for each, and instead of value here, we want keys key. No. Okay, so that gets us truth. We actually get the value we want, but this is no longer type safe. So how do we fix that type safety? Because I think at this point, well, we do that and we get the error. But yeah, how do we get this part to work as we expect? And I'm just going to log this in a different way. All right, so we're getting success. Expected and true are correct. And we'll even do this. I know, don't line up colons, right? It's something the scientist from the human centipede would do. All right, don't worry about lining up colons. Well, we're doing it so we can just compare the strings. So the basic gist is that this part is no longer type safe. The internals of this function don't matter as long as we get type safety at this level as far as consumer. Right? So then we're kind of good. What I'm wondering now is, can we make the function signature here cleaner by grouping things better? So like users table keys values would be better if that object maybe looked something like this. And let me get another album going. Damn it. We keep picking like short albums. Or I've just been going like, man, the time flies when you're fighting type issues. Holy shit. We're going to call it nested values. And then it's an object which has a name. Right, so then at least we wouldn't have to pass that. Right, it just requires a bit of a refactor on our part. And realistically, we could create some higher order functions in which, like the partition key, sort key, quaternary, right? We just create utility functions for each of these. Yeah, sorry, Mad Dog. If you use certain browsers, it might be fine. I'm not going to say which. That's up to you to figure out. Feel like we're getting close here. Like we're really close. And thank you all for helping. Like, honestly, Mr. Halsey, Mad Dog, like all of y'all. Yeah, you really, really, really helped. So you've got a different version. There you go. Wait, is Turbo really only $10 a month? Damn, that's a hell of a deal if so. Oh, interesting way you did the two snake case. Kind of like that. Okay. Okay. So that solves that. Here's the big problem, though. If I change the order, wait. Why does flat map fail? Yeah, so I'd say you still got to fix like the flat map issue there, but you're really close. Um, Interesting. Oh, it's because you're doing it based on this. Okay. So hold on. No, here's the major problem you have restarted. No. Like this needs to be dynamic because the value we're passing in is going to be keys. It's not going to be like this is not supposed to be hard coded. Right? Like this needs to be able to work with any key map like this that we pass it. So this is now hard coding that, so that's no good. Right? Like we're going to create user table keys, account table keys, like all these things, and we want to use the same function for all of them. Good effort though. Like, yeah, really good effort. And Nightshade, are you still out there? If you do game tonight, what time would you be going till? Right? Like, when's your hard stop? So yeah, number one, I'm not sure I care about the order these are being passed in, but that still works. So the order in which we do those doesn't matter, which is good. So really, yeah, just like the nested values thing. Okay. So I think I'm okay with this abstraction. I think that feels pretty good. Yeah. All right. So I'll be taking tomorrow off because I got Seattle JS tomorrow night and I'd want to start driving into the city around 5 or whatever just to make like the party and to hang out and do all that. So today's a day off and then we'll be back here Thursday to implement this into what we're doing. Do we think there's a like any better way of doing this? I already know a way. We're going to do this one as the starting value. Oh. Right, so we'll do something like that, and then this is const. We'll do, hold on, function create key string. Maybe. I know, that's fine. Right, so then this would be something like that. Updating a quota with Waltr. We have an API. Okay, so yeah, basically, I would create the abstract of create partition key, or technically of create key string. And yeah, we may rename it, but right, we could then have create partition key, and it's just doing that for us. So then we have less to pass to this part. No, I'm not teaching at all. I'm building my own stuff. If you guys want to learn, that is you learning along with me. So yeah, this is just me speaking out loud. That's what it takes to be a successful coding streamer. No, I'm just letting you know. That's all. I'm just in the middle of thinking through something right now, so sorry if I'm not as talkative as you would like. Thank you for the follow. Oh, on GitHub? You gave me one here too, so thank you. Oh, thank you for the sub as well. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Like, I'm just like deep in thought about like what our process is for this. So basically, I can catch you up with what we're doing. I have this abstraction called the table key manager that's a class, and it does a bunch of like rigmarole. The problem is that it doesn't give me type safety. So in some of my endpoints, which I must have closed by now, which is a bummer. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. In some of these endpoints, we don't get any type safety for creating these like indexes, right? Oh, but hold on. Here's the other part that kind of sucks. The table key manager is just one part of it. Yeah. So we're definitely not done. So we're partway through the abstraction. But this part right here, like tables.get, right? The table key manager is only one part of it. Now we need to take into account the data wrapper, and the data wrapper needs to be aware of the type that that is spitting out. Ooh, yeah. So there is a lot to this ORM that massively needs work for type safety reasons. The database is DynamoDB. I am no, we're using DynamoDB, and the proper way of using DynamoDB is a single table data structure. So then everything depends upon creating your keys in a way that everything lives within one table. So our keys are going to look something like this. That's fine. I'm letting you know. Hmm. Yeah, so I think this is a problem for Thursday, but yeah, most of Thursday is going to be spent figuring out a better way to do our ORM, right? Because it's a homegrown ORM for the single table data structure. Uh, yeah, but it's not really usable by you right now. Like, you can use the website, but it's not going to be accurate for what you're looking for. We're in the middle of a major pivot, and I would not call it launched. So yeah, our plan for Thursday is actually to refactor the entire ORM. And I view this as like essential for the project because I'm running into way too many like type safety issues right now. Whereas like, yeah, my ability to build out the UI hinges upon the database working, and my confidence in that database working relies upon being able to write code and have confidence in the code I wrote. So yeah, right, because we have so many endpoints we're going to end up hitting that we haven't even touched yet that are going to run into like the key issues. And every time I have to update an endpoint to fix the key issues, I have to restart the server for the back end, which then means that I have to like re-enter my multi-factor auth. So the velocity of launching up the front end kind of requires that we have more confidence in the back end we're building. So yeah, we got to refactor this ORM a bit. That's all there is to it. Take it easy on that type of backseating. It's not helpful. It's not needed. I'm a little sad because you're proving to be a really annoying user. It is backseating. It is absolutely backseating. Just because you say it's not backseating doesn't mean it's not backseating. All right, so who do we go raid? Dude, do you want a timeout? Like, just chill, man. When someone says they're getting annoyed at you, maybe just take a step back. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yeah, let's go raid Java Grunt. That'll be good. So yeah, people over on YouTube, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. And yeah, we got some more ORM stuff to do. So yeah, YouTube, thank you all for hanging out over there. Appreciate you. We got some good work done, but yeah, we got a little bit more to do for this ORM stuff. So that'll be a thing we do Thursday because tomorrow is a day off. I'll be over on Gaming Stream tomorrow if you want to hang out. But yeah, because it'll have to be like a shorter stream tomorrow and I got a bunch of like meeting stuff to do. It's probably just better to yeah, to make it just a gaming stream day. And I guess it makes sense. I haven't taken a day off in like, what, 9 or 10 days? I should probably take a day off. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm just going to do this to you so that I remember that I'm not a fan. All right. Later, everyone.